Test, test, test.
Testing, 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 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Can you hear me well? Okay, perfect. And can you hear me in the headset and on the computer? You're not hearing me on the headset? You should be. Let me see. See if I turn it on. Is that on? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Are you here for tonight's?
1, 2, 3. Okay, there you go.
Found them.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Okay.
If you want, let's just see if you can go outside and go to the corner with that to see if the sound goes through the wall. Okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Okay.
Welcome. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get this meeting started. So we will open up this meeting. I call this meeting to order at 6:06. And this is our special public meeting of the City of Soledad. The Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency Special Meeting of Tuesday, July 14th of 2026. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us today. And thank you for those that are joining us via Zoom or those that are joining us on the city's YouTube channel. So as we always say, the participation is important to the City Council, and it's a critical component of our civic engagement and the participation process as part of the City Council. So I just want to make, as a matter of clarification, that the council adopted its council meeting calendar on November 5th of 2020 of last year of 2025. And in the month of July, there was only one scheduled meeting, which was July 1st. Therefore, there was no regular meeting scheduled for the third Wednesday of the month. So this is a special meeting that's authorized under the City Council policies, Article 2, Section 4, under the special meeting. So just wanted to clarify that due to some of the misinformation. So thank you again for those that are joining us, and just some of the public ways to be able to join today's public meeting to make public comments. You can join the meeting via Zoom. The meeting ID is located on the agenda. For today, that meeting ID is 860-3438-4914. You can also join us via telephone at 1-669-900-68334. Again, the meetings are always streamed on our YouTube channel, so comments made here will not be part of the public record. So you do need to join us on the Zoom or phone in person if you want your comment to be part of the public record. And again, we do have translation services for today, Megan, if those are needed. Okay, well, thank you so much. And with that, then I will turn it over to our city clerk for roll call, please.
Mayor Ana Velasquez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez,
And he is on his way, so he's stuck in traffic, so he'll be joining us shortly.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera,
Here.
Councilmember Abrisa Bemolos,
Here.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll move on to public comments on closed session. We do have one item on closed session. The City Council will recess to closed session to consider personnel matters pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, City Manager Evaluation. So with that, do we have any comments on our closed session item that's appearing on our agenda today? Anyone that's joining us here in our City Council chambers like to make any comments on the closed session item? Okay, seeing none. Anyone that is joining us via Zoom would like to make any comments on our closed session item? Okay, Diego, no hands raised? Okay, seeing that there is no hands raised for our closed session public comment item, then we will close our closed session and we will recess. We will recess to closed session and we will be back at 6:30 for our public portion of our meeting. Thank you.
Turn it back on. It recognizes.
Thank you, everyone. So we're coming back from closed session, and I will turn it over to our city attorney for a report out.
Actually, I don't have anything to report out yet. We are in mid-evaluation process, and we are going to go back into closed session when we complete our regular meeting to complete the evaluation.
Perfect. Okay, so we will move on to our next item of business. This time you can join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I can have Councilmember Cabrera, if you can join us, if you can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next item. And at this time, do we have any additions or modifications to the agenda? And I'll turn this over to our city manager.
Sorry, let me turn on my. So as the mayor had mentioned before, this is a special meeting. We had canceled, or not canceled, we had set our meeting agendas back in November. And so the special meeting was set specifically to address a pressing issue regarding the Hacienda apartments and forced consolidation. It was brought to our attention that one of the items, according to the Brown Act, should not move forward on a special meeting. Our intention was to utilize the special meeting to address some regular business, including the compensation of the executive management positions and the summary of job classification and salary schedule. These items will move to our regular meeting, which will be August 5th. And there was no intention to not be transparent. What's unusual this year, the public may know that we actually postponed the budget. Typically, we approve the budget at the end of June, but we pushed back the budget to address some of the shortfalls related to our CAL FIRE contract. And as a result, some of these items that normally would have been addressed in June got pushed back. So again, because we wanted to try to take advantage of the special meeting, we did put that item, but because according to the Brown Act, executive compensation has to be on a regular meeting, that item will be bumped till the next regular meeting, which is August 5th. And if there was any questions on that adjustment, I know it's a little confusing to council, so happy to answer any questions, or our city attorney can as well.
Point of information. So does that mean that we remove both items in the consent agenda?
Yes, because the change to the executive positions, which is the one that we are concerned about, the Brown Act, affects number 2, because every year, I think council knows, as part of the budget, we adopt our salary classifications and schedule. And since, depending on how council acts regarding the compensation of the directors, it would affect the salary schedule. So we are doing them together, but the salary schedule could probably have moved forward, but just to be consistent, we're keeping them together.
Thank you. Okay, Mike, I do have a question for our city attorney. So on that, thank you, Megan, for that report, but I have a question on the other item on the salary schedule for the unit, for the staff, and those are on the job classifications and salary schedule on item 2. So most of those, and especially on the staff report, those are already per contract, and that's already negotiated under the union. And there's already an existing contract for the CPI increase under those. So, I mean, those are that takes effect July 1st. So, I mean, and I get it that we want to be transparent. We're going to move it to August 5th, but I just want to be clear that on those, I mean, those are already, most of those are already under an MOU with the unions that already take place under an existing salary increased under an MOU schedule, correct?
That is correct. That schedule and the job descriptions includes, it's a complete it memorializes the salaries and the job descriptions for all of the employees in the city. But it does include the four. It was based on the premise that there was going to be an affirmative response to action consent item number 1. And so those items were included in that salary schedule. So you couldn't adopt the salary schedule as it exists on the agenda this evening. So that's why it was pulled.
Thank you for the clarification. Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
One last clarification, just if that schedule had only included those positions that are covered by represented employees and so forth, negotiated and so forth, then it could have been approved at a special meeting. It's just the few 4 jobs that are listed in item 1 that cannot be acted upon at a special meeting.
So my last question then, to your point, then in the future, the council can come back and request that only those positions. And so we are not in this predicament in the future, that those come before us. And because I think for me, my concern is that those are already under an existing MOU with already the unions, and that's already under an existing contract.
I think that in a perfect world, we have to prepare a schedule that includes all of the positions. And so I think the preference will be just to make sure that we do everybody's CPI adjustments as necessary at the same time and not have this staggered approach, so that we can produce the document that's memorialized in item number 2 as complete at the same time that we make the adjustments to everybody's compensation as necessary. So in other words, I understand what you're saying, but we would just then have to go back and amend it within, 3 weeks or a month or something like that if we wait and do it before we have made the adjustments to everybody's positions and salaries.
But we can, so thank you.
And through the chair, and I can ask both Mikes about this, but this is really about being compliant with the CalPERS requirements. It's not that those individuals won't receive their increases.
It also provides a helpful document for us. We get Public Records Act requests on a regular basis for information about all of the positions that we have and what the compensation is. And so we have this document handy that we can produce when we get those in. I think this year we probably already had 3 or 4 of those requests.
Thank you. So CalPERS, based on the retirement calculations, that's the reason, just to understand.
That we have an adopted salary plan by the council anytime we make a change. So let's say we adopted the budget, and if we do a job evaluation on a certain position, as we have done in the past, like I'll give you a perfect example. You approved an engineering change about 1.5 years ago to a position. Immediately following that, we also had to bring this entire plan and have you approve it again. It really has nothing to do with what the employees are receiving. It's a PERS requirement that we always have on hand a salary plan that's been adopted by council.
Okay, so with that, then we will remove consent item number 1 and 2 from the agenda. Okay, so we have to take a vote on that, correct, Mike? Do we have to vote on that?
It wasn't
No?
removed beforehand, so yeah, I think that you should just
Okay.
have that carried over to the next meeting.
Okay, so we, then I need a motion to be able to continue items 1 and 2 for our meeting of August 5th. So I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, and second by Councilwoman Banuelos. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. So with that, then we will move on to certification. Our item of business and
Certification of.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it. Sorry, we're just not doing public comments. So, okay, got it. So certification of the June 3rd, 2026 primary election, resolution number 6399, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad declaring canvass of return and results of the statewide direct primary election held on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. And I will turn this over to Megan.
Point of information, and I don't know if Megan was gonna jump to this. What was the date? Because I see the 3rd and the 4th, and I'm pulling up my calendar now.
For the next meeting, August 5th?
No, for the election. Because it says certification of June 3rd. Oh, but the resolution itself says June 2nd. Got it. Just that the date is June 2nd, but the certification says June 3rd on the item 7. Pardon? No, it just says certification of June 3rd primary election, but it happened June 2nd, so I wanted to make sure that we were saying the right date. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So just for clarification, then do we need to correct it? Or is it June 3rd? Because that's when they submitted it to us.
I think the agenda just says June 3rd, but I think it says June 2nd in the resolution.
It does. You're right at the, I
In the
can
resolution.
see the resolution is correct. It's listed as number 1 correctly, but the title is mistakenly listed as the 3rd. So it is June 2nd.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and so obviously you know, I think council is aware, but every time we do have an election, we have to wait a period of time before the Monterey County completes the counting and making sure all the ballots are counted in California, because we have such a high percentage of mail-in ballots and they do check signatures. It does take a little bit of time. So what's before you is a resolution for us to certify the primary election that was held on June 2nd, and then attachment A provides the results. And Mike and I are available for questions and also Darlene as well.
Okay, so let me take this to the public to see if there's any comments on resolution number 6397.
89. 63.
Oh, sorry. I am 6399. Okay, any questions from the public? Okay, any questions from the public joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing. No, it's in regards to resolution number 6399. That's the election results. Okay, seeing no comments, and I'll bring it back to the council. Any questions from the council? Okay, so if there's no question from the council, then I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6399.
So moved.
Second. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Mayor Velasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so Motion carries. Okay, so we'll move on now to public comment. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. The speakers shall have 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. And if you're going to make public comments, if you can please come up to the podium. Just as a reminder to the public, comments on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen so we can unmute you and recognize you. Please, again, be brief and to the point. And we ask both the public and the council as well to maintain decorum during the public comment portion. And when making public comments, please refrain from making personal attacks, disparaging, slanderous, threatening, derogatory, or abusive comments. And when the speaker has the floor, do not interrupt and allow them to finish speaking. Please do not respond or proceed to speak unless you have been recognized by the chair. Thank you. We want to make sure that we maintain decorum as part of the council policies that we have in our city council rules and policies. And so as a chair for myself, is my job to make sure that we keep us on track and that we adhere to the council policies that we have complied and instituted. So with that, I will open it up for any public comments from those that are joining us here in our council chambers. And then I will take comments from those that are joining us via Zoom. So any members of the public that wish to make comments, if we can have you come up to the podium, please.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Maricela Guzman. I've been a resident here in Soledad since the early 90s. My question is, we need more transparency from you guys, especially with budgets, because a lot of stuff is being said online, and I don't know who to believe at this point. I don't know if you believe you guys or the people online, because, I mean, we need more transparency. Not only that, but you hear things and it makes you think about certain ways about money, when money's placed in the middle, you know. I also had a question from Ms. Megan. I know that you have an assistant, or I don't know if that position has ever been like there in the past, or it's a new position that someone just recently took. But I mean, if there was one in there, can you like tell me if it was or it wasn't? Because I mean, that's money that us taxpayers are paying for another position. So that means your position is for you, but then we still have to pay someone else to help you. So do you have an assistant, or or it's not true?
So Maricela, just to clarify, so under public comments, we don't take questions, so you can make your comments.
Okay,
but
yeah, that's
but
fine.
We don't take, so you can ask your questions, but we're just not going to respond. And we're noting.
Well, I know, I understand that you guys are not going to respond, but you also have to, you're there because I voted you guys in there, okay? Just like I voted you guys in, I'm able to put you guys out when it comes time to reelection,
Absolutely.
okay? So you guys have to be transparent on that kind of stuff because it's money. It's our money that's paying for your jobs.
Through the chair, I will state on the record that the position of assistant city manager was done in public. It was done at an open meeting. It was an.
I understand, sir.
So yes, there is an.
I understand, but when I come and ask for like.
Can you let me finish? So you were asking, does she have an assistant?
Yes.
Yes, there is an assistant city manager. Was that position filled through a process that was done with total transparency? Yes, it was done in open session and agendized on the meeting schedule.
Okay, but like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would she need an assistant?
Through the chair, Darlene, our city clerk, can take your information and I can call you and answer all the questions. And we can point to the report that's online that explains everything. And to clarify, that person is also our director of finance.
Yeah.
So
I've called several times and asked if I could like get some sort of like a document. They always tell me, oh, you need to call this person, you need to call this person, and then they just give me the runaround.
Yeah, so our city clerk is right there. She also is the executive assistant for the city manager's office. So we will, I'll follow up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, and then the reclassification as well. I mean, when was the last time they reclassified those people, the one they're reclassifying now, and how often are they going to be reclassified?
Yeah, we can explain that to you. So just if you give because we, as the mayor said, we can't really explain. We can only accept public comment, but we can follow up as staff, and I'm happy to follow up with you tomorrow.
Okay.
with
I
all
also
you-
have another question. I mean, you guys are doing a lot of construction for the irrigation system you guys put in on the playgrounds. It's bad, you know, every time it rains, or even if like my neighbor's running a sprinkler system, I mean, the potholes are coming back up, like the dirt's coming up. I call the city and let them know. Nobody goes and fixes those potholes. There was like a pothole that was there since like last year. I called several times to the city. They told me we could only take your information.
Thank you, Marisela. So we'll get your information so they can respond and then they can identify where those potholes are and then get back to you on that.
Yeah, we just need more transparency.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, any additional public comments from those that are joining us here in our chambers? Okay, seeing none, then let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any comments from those that are joining us via Zoom? And if you can please raise your hand. Okay, see no hands raised, then I will close the public comment period then at this time. Okay, so I will then move on. No more public comments, and I will move on to our business items. And at this time, we have two business items, and we'll start with business item number one, direction regarding participation in a proposed congressional directed spending request for South Monterey County Public Safety Technology and the city's potential role as fiscal agent. And I will turn this over to our city manager, Megan Hunter.
And I don't know why, but I seem to perform better at the podium. So I'm going to walk over to the podium to give my presentation.
Okay.
So actually to be somewhat, or to ensure that we are transparent, I wanted to bring forward this discussion to council and then get council direction related to this. Supervisor Lopez is looking at spearheading a earmark request, a congressional direct spending request on behalf of South County as a result of a lot of the recent violence, to be able to employ technology through cameras and automatic, automatic license plate readers. Excuse me. So I'm coming before basically to see if council is interested in supporting and participating on that request to send or to Congresswoman Lofgren's office. So just a little bit about the request. What we're looking tonight is for you to provide direction and authorization for the mayor to sign a letter that was attached to the packet. Supervisor Lopez would request $3 million of congressional directed spending and for the South Monterey County Public Safety Technology Project. And then also in addition to providing direction on participation, the county asked us to be the fiscal agent. The city has demonstrated some great administrative capacity, largely due to our assistant city manager who has come on board and his history with serving as director of finance of 3 out of the 4 cities. So the Regional Public Safety Initiative, as you know, we've faced some really scary events that have occurred in Soledad and neighboring Greenfield. We've had a violent assault that occurred. We had an armed robbery that occurred of an armored vehicle. And then we had a homicide that took place of a father at a bus stop with his two children. And then we had the double homicide that took place in Greenfield. And we lost, a beloved resident who has been very active in the community. And criminal activity, as we've seen in South County, there's a lot of gang kind of related violence. In King City, you have Sureños, and in both Greenfield and Soledad, you have the Norteños, and there's a lot of violence over the last few years that has gone among the gangs. And because we're so close in proximity to the prison, that adds an additional element of safety consideration in our community. And so the gang violence and the drug activity is crossing jurisdictional boundaries. And so Supervisor Lopez, knowing that the cities really are struggling financially, we don't have the resources to pay for the newest technology, talk to our police chiefs about potentially this congressional directed spending. And now I'm bringing it to you for your consideration. The 5 entities that would be part of it would be unincorporated Monterey County, City of Gonzales, Greenfield, King, and Soledad. As I mentioned before, the unique thing about this is that the city would potentially serve as the fiscal agent if you authorize that. I think the county wanted to leverage our experience in managing state and federal grants. We've been very successful in working with the county on the ERF, and I think they've been impressed about our grants management and our financial capacity. As I mentioned, having Mike here as an assistant city manager, I can't say how grateful I am. His depth of experience and knowledge in accounting and financial practices, audits, and managing funds in an open and transparent manner is really well regarded. And again, as I mentioned before, he was the director of finance for 3 of the 4 cities. So I think the county, recognizing all of that, wanted us to take that role. The council action today would authorize the mayor to sign the CDS request. As you can see in the attached letter, that would be the same for all of the other cities. The mayors would be the signatory. We're asking to approve the letter, but not necessarily, I will say not necessarily that we would be the fiscal agent. I think there is some more information that we would need, but approve the concept as outlined in the letter. If funding does come forward, there would be more discussions to be had about whether or not we would serve in that role. And then, as I mentioned, this approval today is really just to get the ball started. We would eventually have to get a grant agreement. There would be purchases and contracts, and those would come back to the council for approval. I know that the council, and one of the reasons why I wanted to be transparent and bring this forward, that there were some concerns about flock safety, data sharing, and privacy. I do know that there are other cities that have decided to move away from flock because of some of the data sharing that occurred specifically with Border Patrol and ICE. But I don't know if council remembers, but Flock did come and discuss how they've disabled that permanently for any of the agencies they work with in California. And they're still the primary providers of this technology throughout the state of California. So again, the purpose is to seek your direction. And again, to reiterate, nothing is approved. It's only direction on the participating on the earmark request. I mentioned some of the recent challenges. So I did want to talk about what Soledad would potentially get as part of this funding. And roughly, this is equivalent to $400,000, but it would be for 3 years of the maintenance agreement and the cloud storage. We would have 12 fixed LPR cameras, 2 mobile cameras, and those could be used in our vehicles and in our trailers, our traffic trailers. And then we'd have 16 safety cameras. Right now we have 6, so it would add 16 more. Then we can partner with like 2 community partners to have a flock camera in high areas. Likely we would look at the shopping centers is probably where it would make sense because we've had a lot of activity over there. And then we would have a drone that would allow us, they have a drone as a first responder system. And I know that the police had roughly explained it, but in a situation they can, where it's unclear where you would deploy a police officer, they can actually use a drone to see if it's necessary, and they can clear calls in that way. So each agency will determine their camera locations, equipment, operations, local policies, and user and access. You've already a step ahead because the council already established an LPR policy in May of 2026 and stipulated that the data can't be shared with immigration enforcement except as required by law. So we are able to implement the desire of council regarding immigration and data sharing. And I think, again, we had that meeting that talked about many of these functions are disabled. And so even a mistake couldn't occur in terms of sharing that data. In terms of this, the local control, I'm sorry, this should say fiscal implications. I might not have saved it, but anyhow, there's no immediate fiscal impact from authorizing this request. If awarded, we would receive approximately $400,000 for this technology. However, we would negotiate in our administrative costs as part of that proposal because and so the city would be made whole for the time that we spend administering the earmark. Oops, I think that was in terms of strategic plan alignment, this is part of our strategic plan. We do talk about modernizing police technology. As council knows, we don't have as many officers as we need. We do have 2. We're getting closer. But we do have 2 unfilled positions, and this is a force multiplier, as the police department explained. And so this is specifically identified that we would upgrade our public safety cameras, and we would transition to the Flock safety platform. And with that, I just wanted to end on the reason why we're doing this, which is our great police department. They are very firm proponents of this tool. What they really like about it is it's really focused on non-biased identifiers such as vehicles and not on persons. And so I think it really not only helps police solve crimes and the technology is great, but it's also something that doesn't use characteristics that could result in biased policing. So with that, I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Megan. And so let me take it out to the public first before I bring it to the council for any questions. So are there any member of the public that has any comments or questions in regards to this business item regarding the proposed congressional directed spending request for South Monterey County for the public safety technology? Thank you.
Sorry. A little nervous.
So it sounds like I want to clarify because, so does law enforcement already have drones? Because I think the community had like an understanding that we already have purchased, and I don't know if the city purchased these drones. Are they being utilized? I'm very happy to hear about this, the push from Supervisor Lopez. We have 3 banks in the community, and obviously I want to say, so one has been already, no, 2 have been robbed within the past year. So the need is definitely there. And then in the second case that recently happened, well, we don't even know, and they got the individuals got really smart about it. And we still don't know what happened. They're getting really smart. And so if we need to push for this, for the council members, it's very important. And it's not only the safety of law enforcement, it's also the safety of the community. Thank God nobody was harmed. I know that I think there was 2 individuals that were manning that truck or whatnot. I do not know them personally. All I know is based on the news. But it's not only important for law enforcement. I know that we're very limited with law enforcement here in the community, and we don't have a lot of support. So I really do hope that this is considered. My second point is, so we already have a lot of cameras. I'm just curious who's manning those cameras. When you go to the main intersections, I see them. So is this going to improve that system? It's very important for the community to know, like, who is currently manning the system. Is it law enforcement? Is it the city? So I see the need, and I'm happy that it's going to come from a grant versus, like they say, out of our own community. It's very important that it is from the state, that it's a grantly funded, and it's not coming from our very limited community members. We just need to keep in mind that our community members, a lot of them, the majority of them, are farm workers. And the first generation here, which is us, we're having to support our parents, our grandparents. And so we just need to be very mindful of the money and where it's coming from. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Megan, in this portion, I know there was some questions in regards to, I think this portion we can answer because there is comments here and it's part of the discussion. So there was some questions in terms of, yes, we do have cameras already. So we do have the flock cameras. We do have 6 of those currently in the city, and those are being monitored by our law enforcement. I think, and the drones that if we have drones as well, and those I'll let you answer those.
Yeah, so we actually have flock cameras. We also have a program or a plan called Surveillance Grid, which we have, I want to say, close to 64 cameras. The challenge with Surveillance Grid is we've had it for a long, long time, and the underlying system that it's on, it's not, it doesn't alert the police department, so they have to go, after an incident to try to see what is there. And then the cameras themselves are starting to, because they're so old, they're starting to fail. So what the police department want to do is transition those to the flock cameras, which have a much bigger range. So you don't need as many of them. You can see a lot more. And they are actually enabled, AI enabled. So they alert the police department when something happens instead of being more of a passive. But our police department monitors all. I want to assure the public that the police department is managing all of our camera technology, with support from IT, but they're the ones who monitor and act on that. And then in terms of the drones, we do have 2 drones, but both of them are, one is not functioning and the other drone has been temporarily put on hold, I guess, pending the we are licensing. We have to make sure that the operators have the appropriate licensing. So we're working towards that. And then, of course, we are coming back with our military inventory to add the drone, because it was, I think mistakenly, the police department didn't, because it's a commercial drone and a lot of people are operating it commercially, they didn't realize that it needed to go on the military list. So we're working on that. So this new drone is more sophisticated, and it would be used, like I mentioned, as a force multiplier, where on smaller incidences, we can deploy it to see what's happening, and then we can then deploy an officer, and that leaves the officers available for real emergencies, because sometimes we have calls that are lower priority calls, but we want to make sure that we're not missing anything. So the drone can be a useful tool in clearing or making sure that if a case that appears not important or low level, if it is not low level, because really what happens is the police get these calls, and some of them are in the non-emergency line. And so it doesn't seem that pressing. So they might not go because they're too busy dealing with the pressing matters. But now they could use a drone to just make sure, like, hey, yeah, this call can be cleared. So it's a great tool. I want to assure the public that in any sort of emergency situation, we're not deploying a drone, where we're using the drone as a support, but in a true, robbery or anything like that, we would send our police department.
Megan, and just to be, in terms of the transparency piece for the drones, I know that we mentioned, so annually, the city does have to comply with, if you're utilizing any military equipment, and if the drone is under the military portion of the equipment, right, Mike? So we have to do a public hearing. And so that goes out to the community. So the community knows what is the equipment that we have, that our police department has under those military categorizations. And so the public has the opportunity to see what is being used. So it is being transparent, so they know what they have in terms of the military equipment and what that includes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Any additional public comments? Okay, let me take it out to the, I don't know if let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any questions from those that are on Zoom.
Diego's saying
Okay,
no.
I see none either. Thank you, Diego. I see none. So then I will close the public comment period for this portion, and I'll bring it back to the council, and I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
Thank you, Megan. Just to clarify, the drones that we have, just so the public can know, those are already old and going pretty close to going out of service, right? Because I know one is not really up to date as far as the not really compliance, but with the technology that's behind that one drone, right?
One drone is definitely shelved. It's not functioning. The other is a newer drone. And we will continue to use that, but it's this drone that, potentially, if the earmark is approved, is it's like has more capabilities, more intelligence. Whereas the drone that we have is more like a traditional drone that, some people may even have purchased one. And we use it to help us like set perimeters and do other things. We used it quite a bit when we were looking at the encampment and some of the trash and debris. So, and then the fire department also has a drone, just so the public knows.
Yeah, my point was just to clarify that even at that, if in the near future we may need another one, just to justify the need for the other one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this one that one is somewhat helpful for the police department. This would be really helpful because it's not just a drone, but it has advanced technology to be able to provide a lot more information and data to help the police department understand if the call needs an officer. The current drones wouldn't be able to do that. You'd have to have an operator, and it's just more like what you may have if some people have a drone. So this one will be a lot more effective and more integrated into the overall system. So that's the difference.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Briones?
Yes, Megan, thank you for the presentation. And I think this is a great collaboration. And I thank you, Supervisor Lopez, for bringing it to light, especially with South County and things that have been crimes that's been happening here in South County. And then just and also building up those partnerships with all our, neighboring cities. My question is, actually, I think you answered it earlier. We have 2 operators trained, correct? For the drones?
We have, yes.
Okay.
I think one is almost there. We have one person who is our CSO, Escarcega, who's trained.
Okay.
And he's actually trained as a instructor. So he's actually can help train up more of the police department staff.
That's great. And I just want to echo our resident, this is a great approach and opportunity. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think folks may know that I've had like the push and pull of how I feel about these situations. I think on one hand, I want to like honor the folks that are a little apprehensive when it comes to cameras and when it comes to surveillance, but then also I recognize 1, the need, but 2, like what the actual usage is, right? So I know I've mentioned this also in the past. My cousin is a deputy for Monterey County Sheriff. And so when I have questions regarding stuff like this, I like call her up to get a little bit more information and more context. And so I think having those conversations with her, and then when Chief had come in and when the lieutenant came in as well, kind of talking about like not only our policies, but what those cameras are actually used for, reading license plates numbers. It makes me feel a little bit better, especially also having Flock come in and explain that they have turned off that functionality. I think for me, definitely seems like something that I'm interested in moving forward with. My concern though would be after the 3 years when the earmark ends and the grant ends, like how will we be prioritizing making sure that we're not only paying for that too, but I also imagine that any cameras that exist will require patching if it's going into the cloud. And I say that because in my other role at my public job, I know that we also have cloud-based surveillance that does come with patching issues. And so that's a cost as well. So I would want to know if that's covered in the grant, but also what our plan would be moving forward 3 years later to ensure that we're paying for this and that it's part of our budget. And I just rambled, but my other point too is that I also would be in favor of us being a fiscal agent. I think it's interesting that we're having these conversations about transparency. I think that's why I ran for office 2 years ago, was because I didn't feel that we had transparency here in our city. And I feel like we do a really good job of it. And I know that the public may feel some type of way too, but I know that I've privately have complained that we never really have a lot of folks that join our city council meetings. So it's a little disheartening to hear that folks don't feel like we're being transparent when oftentimes we're sitting in the room and it's just us and staff. Anyways, I digress there. But bringing this back, I think being a fiscal agent and the county selecting us to be somebody to be considered as a fiscal agent should speak volumes on how we are fiscally responsible, right? Because our county is entrusting us in, if we get this $3 million grant, for us to be the administrators of it. But also the county entrusted us with $4 million for our homeless services. And so we've been receiving funding for a lot of different things because we are fiscally, what is the word? Fiscally responsible. So I just wanted to make that point in the clarification. But I would only want to be the fiscal agent if we do receive additional administrative funding costs. So yeah, but I know I asked you a question before that, sorry.
Oh, I wasn't sure which would you.
Right. The question was regarding the planning for 3 years after the grant is
Oh,
over.
yeah.
Right. And so I guess it's not really a question, more of like a point to have that considered in budget 3 years down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to have those conversations with the community because I think we really do need to educate folks on our budget and how constrained our budget really is. I think I like to always say that our budget is slightly larger than the SBCA, and we're taking care of 20,000 folks. And I mean, I'm sure they're taking care of a lot of animals, but we have a lot of huge needs. So I think we need to educate the public about that. As council knows, a very important thing, which would devastate public safety, is that we have Measure Y. And Measure Y is the sales tax measure that provides 1% to the city. And it's a lifeline for us and for public safety. And if for some reason that wasn't renewed in 2032, I don't know what to say. We not only wouldn't be able to continue this, but we would be talking about layoffs because we just couldn't sustain our police department. So I do think that we need to really educate the public about the importance of the budget. And what we try to do here in Soledad, because we have such a limited budget, is we're scrappy with grants. And I think in the last year, we've almost retained about $15 million worth of grants. I mean, you mentioned the Encampment Resolution Fund, but we also had, we were administering youth homeless demonstration funds that were over $1 million. We've had, we had the West Street project that we received about close to $4 million in funding to do the road diet. So a lot of the things that we do in the city are because we're scrappy and we're getting those grant dollars. And then we're also, have been talking to make sure that we're getting administration costs to cover city costs, so that, again, less, for example, Mike and I were only 50% in the general fund because we do a lot on, managing the utilities. And so we're really looking at ways that we can capitalize. Some of my funding might come through developer accounts because I do, some work as it relates to community and economic development. So this is another opportunity, being the fiscal agent, is to get some of those funds through the earmark to ensure that we cover our staffing costs. So that's what we're doing.
And I agree. I think having that education with our community is very important. And I think also recognizing that we are a rural community and a rural city in California. And so our budget is pretty small relative to other towns.
Yeah.
Comparison to like Salinas, for example, large city. A lot of the cities in the peninsula, while they may be smaller, they have a lot more funding that they can use, like tax on hotels, stuff like that too. So just having that education, I think, would be really important.
Yeah, and I think one thing the public doesn't know either is we only get 6% of property taxes in Soledad. I think we are the lowest percent of property tax in the county. So, we also, even though people are asking, we're growing, we had all these housing developments, we still really get a very small portion. The county actually gets more property tax, even though we're providing the vast majority of services in terms of police and fire.
So bringing this back, though, I do want to just echo that I think I am in favor of moving forward with this and also in exploring being a fiscal agent.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Phone, microphone. I'm in favor of both being sending the letter to be part of the group, and also being the, what is it called?
A fiscal agent.
Fiscal agent.
Yeah.
I think that in my case, supporting the cameras and all this surveillance is based on the fact that when I came to Soledad in 1986. We had back then 4 police officers and 9 bars. And up to the late 90s, we still have like 7 or 8 bars and only 4 or 5 police officers. We developed really well. And I haven't heard anybody that complains about the actual living in Soledad. Other people that I know love living in Soledad because I feel very, very, the area where I live is very quiet. We don't have, we have music, but it's like anything else. We did have one of the banks robbed twice. And the incredible thing about Footsco is that those guys knew where the civilian cameras were. They used three cars. They left one after passing Starbucks. They left the other one passing Campora where there's no cameras. So that tells you how the level of sophistication in planning this event. We have to match that sophistication. We have to be able to provide our police officers, our departments, not just in Soledad, but in all of our South County Valley. We have to provide a sophistication so that they can solve situations like that. We still don't know what happened to those 2 kids that got killed a few years ago. And every individual that died because of that, because we don't have surveillance cameras, is a little bit more of a responsibility for those of us who can make a difference in that aspect. You know, it is easier to criticize, going back to the other comment in transparency. It is easy to say, oh, they don't do this, they don't do that. But we don't hear that much when we actually do things. When the government, now, I don't consider that I do much because it is our department, our police department, and the relationship that the police department has with our communities, and the input that all of our staff put into getting these things done. I full support it because the safety of our families is first. And when we provide safety in our city, our kids develop in a way that you cannot imagine. You don't know how good people develop when they feel safe, both outside the home and in their house. And that is the purpose of us. At least that was my purpose. I think that for a few years, we've been pushing a lot in providing communication to our city residents, providing education about everything that we do, both in English and in Spanish. And that is part of the that transparency that we have. So we have to provide not only the services, but also education in the services. Somebody called me the other day saying, people don't know how to use the yield in the rendezvous. I go, yeah, we only have 2, and not that many people stop. People stop or people don't stop, and we have complaints about everything. But it is, like somebody said before, is the fact that they're putting us as what is the name of that?
Fiscal agent.
Fiscal agent. That tells our public a lot. And the last thing, the actual question that I had is, I noticed that we say we have all the cities and then we have County of Monterey. So does that mean that they finally gonna be responsible for all the little areas in which our police officers don't have jurisdiction? Because we have one outside where somebody was killed because they crossed to purchase tacos, and we called them and called them and called them and never got anything done until somebody died. And I don't think that a life of one person should be like the trigger for somebody to take action. And I want to thank Supervisor Lopez because that is a tremendous step forward, moving forward in protecting our city, not just in our city, because a lot of people complain that there is people drinking or people doing things next to the cemetery. Well, that space is part of the county. Our police officers cannot go and do things or arrest anybody. So I hope that with this proposition, we can finally locate or put some cameras where our police officers have no jurisdiction, and so that we can solve other things that are not within our view. Yep, thanks.
Thank you. So Megan, thank you for bringing this forth. So the conversations have been that it's going to be the 4 South County cities and the county obviously has unincorporated areas that they're going to be looking at. The county has already had discussions. I don't know if anybody's been listening to the County Board of Supervisors, but they already have flock cameras out in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. So it's to increase some of their capacity for the flock cameras as well for other additional cameras. I think for me, thank you, Megan, for bringing this forth. And I know for me, it was important to be able to add additional context to the letter and working with Megan. The letter had been brought before, and it really didn't talk too much about our city, mainly around King City, in regards to the mass shooting in King City. But given the recent incidents that we've had in Soledad, I think it was really critical for the letter to include more context for Congresswoman Lofgren to see that the city of Soledad in the past several months has really experienced an increase in violence, and some of that violence that, as we all know, has really impacted a lot of our community members. And as Megan said, violence doesn't just stay in one city. It's, crosses our jurisdictions, and it really impacts all of South County. And so that was really important for us to be able to really share our story and make sure that the Congresswoman was aware of the impacts and the increases in the violence to our community as well. I was really vocal, as many of you know, when we talked about the flock cameras the last time, and only because of the demographics that we have in the city of Soledad. And I know our resident here had talked about that, and, living here all my life, our demographics were, especially in South County communities, there's over 80% Latinos that live here. We have many mixed status families, and we have many first-generation families. So for me, it was about protecting civil liberties, making sure that there wasn't that data sharing with our immigration enforcement agencies, as we were experiencing a lot of fear also with our immigrant communities. And at that time, we were seeing some of the murders that were happening across our state. And so it's, wanting to make sure that we were protecting that. And we were also seeing a lot of, obviously, some of the flock cameras that did some data sharing and some of the anxieties around that as well. So I think given the recent incidents of violence that we've had is making sure that we're balancing the protection of our families, the protection of our community, the safety of our law enforcement, but also making sure that they have the tools that they need to be able to address some of the criminal activity that we're seeing and some of the violence that has been really enhanced and different than what we've seen in the past as well. And that they have the capacity, also the technology to be able to address that. And this is not just to be clear, it's even if we receive the funding, right? It's just a request. We don't know if we're going to receive the funding. Hopefully we do, but it's just one tool in the toolbox. This is not the ultimate solution. There's obviously a lot more that we as a city and as a council need to be looking at of other tools that we can implement to be able to ensure that our community can continue to be safe. I just want to say that I know we already, as Megan said, we're already in the forefront, because when we had the conversation with Flock, I know we asked for additional policies to make sure that we had the protection for our immigrant population, and that we had policies that were really clear in terms of there was not going to be any data sharing with our law enforcement in terms of some of that data sharing with our immigrant population, and those policies are already in place. So I think for me, it makes it a lot easier to be able to implement that and to move forward with this. And also, I think the last thing that I know that we heard from when we had the presentation with Flock is that they also have the capacity to do a community dashboard. I know we haven't explored that, but I think that's another level of transparency for our community as well, to be able to look at this community dashboard model when we come back. If we get the funding, I think it would be something that that can come back to the council and to be able to look at what does that entail. So with that, Megan, I think you, thank you for bringing this forth. And my only concern, and I know we discussed it, was that there was capacity with the staff to be able to absorb the extra responsibility of being a fiscal agent, given all of the different responsibilities that the team already has, that we wanted to make sure that we had the capacity. So I know that you assess that, and we do have the capacity to do that. So with that, I'll entertain a motion, if there's no further comments, to
Motion to approve.
do we need a motion, or is just approval, direction, just direction to approve?
Yeah, this is just agendas for direction purposes.
Yeah, we
Hmm.
did it as a
Okay.
minute order, so I don't
Mhm.
know if they should take a motion just to,
You know, let's go ahead and do that. Let's have
Yeah.
actual vote so that in case that's necessary
Mhm.
for this other process to move forward.
Mhm.
Okay, so then with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve then the proposed congressional directed spending request.
Motion to approve.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilwoman Banuelos and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to item number 2, direction regarding outcome of report for Hacienda Apartments and Sewer Consolidation Project, and I'll turn it over to Megan.
and I know Diego is putting up my second PowerPoint. And it has a very handy map that Juan put together, Juan Huerta. So I did want to give him a little shout out for helping me with the map. And I believe Don is here in case there's any questions, technical questions. So tonight the council will be, oops. Don't know if it's. So there are a couple of, there are 2 essentially items that I'm looking for tonight. One is obviously any sort of direction related to the Hacienda Apartments sewer consolidation project. And there are 2 attachments as part of your report. One is an extension request letter, and the other is the outcome report. So this is a forced consolidation process, as council is aware, and we have a deadline of July 29th to respond to what they call as an outcome report. There is an incomplete technical study that makes it very difficult for us to make a decision. So part of the recommendation is to ask for an extension, and the second is to respond to the outcome report if need be, if the extension isn't granted. So just a little history. Roughly about a year ago, the water board directed the city to negotiate a wastewater solution with the Hacienda Apartments property owner. We have been participating pretty much from the beginning, but particularly starting in December until now in technical meetings, feasibility studies, and we've been required to submit monthly reports. During the original July 29th letter only gave us 6 months to respond, but in January 22nd, 2026, they gave us an additional 6 months, and with the outcome report due on July 29th. And that's just so the public understands, that's why we're having the special meeting today, because our regular meeting would occur after the date that we have to respond. So the outcome report has 4 sections, which are in the letter that we have to cover. And so there is a draft outcome report. So tonight we're here to get that direction on both the outcome report, whether or not we want to go with a voluntary consolidation. The benefit for the voluntary consolidation is that we would be eligible for no interest loans on anything related to our utilities. The consolidation itself would be grant funded, so we would not have to pay for that, but the loan we could use for updating our plant. And as I think we've discussed, we have about $50 million in maintenance projects that we will have to do. So having a 0% interest loan for 20 to 30 years is very helpful. So the city hasn't been involved in many of these meetings. Both the state and the regional water boards are involved with this project. We have been in discussions with the county. RCAC is a technical service provider who's coordinating the project, and then Blackwater is the technical engineer who developed the feasibility study. And then one of the things that we're going to talk a little bit later in the presentation is that we've been talking to Eden Housing, which owns the next door Camphora Apartments, and the property owner, because for us, and based on council direction, which is, when I say us, I mean you all too, is we really note that the housing conditions are very poor, and we don't want to just provide infrastructure, that we want to see the housing conditions improve. So, the original idea for Hacienda's Apartments was for that property to be acquired as part of the redevelopment of Camphora and to build new housing. And that didn't happen. They only moved forward with half of the development. So we have been submitting our reports, and we have been working in good faith to the long-term solution. And as I mentioned, the current issue is that July 29th deadline. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the technical analysis. And I know I have many pages in this report, but there are essentially 5 alternatives that have been identified in this study. One is a no project alternative, but we also, from the city's perspective, consider that they could consider an on-site system. They don't necessarily have to consolidate with our services at all. So alternative number 2 is connecting to Camphora, the Camphora pump station. 3 is connecting to the city's force main, and as outlined in the staff report, we do not support that. Another possibility is the CDCR pump station. A 5th alternative is the city force main, another city force main. I'm going to show you a map in just a minute. And the one that we felt like is kind of a no-brainer but was not identified is connecting to the correctional training facility. And so this slide shows the map, and you can see where all of those connections would be. For us, city proposal 1 and 2, 2 being an on-site solution, and then 1 is that correctional training facility potential connection. And you can see from the that could be pretty easy to do. You can see where the CDCR manhole is, the CDCR pump station closer to the 101 freeway. Alternative for, you can see where the connection to Camphora is, which is right next. I unfortunately, I don't have a, oops, I'm sorry. I don't, oh, I'm going, let me go. There we go. You can see where Camphora is and how close it would be to those connections. So you can kind of see where these connections line up. And the easiest one really is the Eden housing one or the correctional training facility one, which wasn't identified as an alternative. So we have been reiterating this to Blackwater about these as the most feasible and cost-effective solutions. They are they connected with CDCR, which is the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Originally in the study, they said they got no response from them, but CDCR did respond and they asked them for more time to answer some of their questions. So that's why we feel that the technical analysis is incomplete because they don't look at 6, that the connection to the correction training facility, which seems like a no-brainer. And they also kind of discounted any connection to the CDCR facilities because they were hard to reach. So, and we also have we've also been in conversation with the property owner on a potential sale, but we still don't have a purchase price. So again, we're missing information that can help really educate us on the best path forward. However, I just want to stress, we are adamant that they cannot touch our force mains. That will present so much liability to the city. And Dawn can explain a little bit. And I think when we submitted our technical response to them, we showed an example of what could happen if there's a breach in the force main. And we have a little private property owner who, has challenges maintaining his own site. So having a connection where they have to have eyes on something that if you're not on top of it, could result in a major spill all over the place because of the flow volume is such a risk. So we are adamant, and what we recommend in the outcome report is that we clearly state we would not consider those as viable options. And then I think somehow I keep. Just going to run through the last few slides and Can you go on slide 7? Oh, slide 7. Yeah, okay, next slide. Oh, nope, we're going backwards. Yeah, thank you. Oh, back one. I don't know why I can't. So anyhow, the other thing I just wanted to let you know, we already talked about the technical. There is some regulatory uncertainty too, because there's not a clear CEQA lead. And so that's another concern that we have, that the analysis hasn't really looked at CEQA, how we would permit or process some of these alternatives. And I mentioned that there's no purchase proposal yet from the property owner. Can you move next? So because of these holes in the technical study, you have 2 items that are attached. One is the extension letter. So I mentioned why we need additional time. Our recommendation is a 3-month extension right now, but one thing is we're still waiting from RCAC to respond to us about how long they think it will be for Blackwater to reach out to CDCR and do an analysis on that. So we might need to ask for 4 months, but right now the draft letter has 3 months extension. And then next. So if the extension is granted, then we do have some additional time and we wouldn't have to submit the outcome report. So we could wait until more data is available, come back to the council with a recommendation. However, I don't know if that extension is going to be granted. So therefore, I drafted the outcome report. And in the outcome report, as I mentioned, we would agree conditionally to the voluntary consolidation, but only if we look at 2 or 4, but not, and potentially that proposal, city proposal 2, but not alternatives 3 and 5. And I already mentioned the potential benefits, so. And then I'll open it up for questions, and Dawn is here because there he is, and so is Carla, because they know the service in a way that I tried to explain it in a layman's term, but they're here to answer more technical questions.
Thank you, Megan. Let me take it out to the public first, Megan, and then I can bring it back to the council for questions. So any member of the public that is joining us here in our council chambers have any questions in regards to this item? If you can come to the podium, thank you.
Do we know if the state prison is in the process of, or they will be also consolidated? Because there's been also like a risk of closure. I know that has come up in the past. So do we have an update from the state?
They're not. So there was some concerns about it, but the budget that was just approved by the state didn't include, so there was no inclusion of that as part of the consolidation. So I know that there was concerns of that, but it's not included in the budget as one of the prisons to be closed. Yeah. Thank you for that question. Any additional comments? Okay, let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any comments from those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, I see no hands raised, so I will close the public comment period, and then I'll bring it back then I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem. I'll start on this side.
Well, actually, my question was also about CTF because I had heard it was going to close, but that answers that question. I think for me, I'm in favor of that first. The obviously of getting the extension, the way the letter is written is fine with me. I think for me, I've a little bit, I don't know what the right word is, but like not annoyed, but like I wish that the county was helping us out a little bit more. I mean, I understand that we're the closest city and, you know, we want to do our due diligence, be good Samaritans, but also the property is in county property. And I just feel like the county could be doing a little bit more. And I just feel also, and this nothing to do with Supervisor Lopez, I think he does what he can, but I do feel like there is a lot of concentration in the peninsula and in Salinas and not enough concentration down here in South County. And this kind of just adds a little bit more to that too, especially with there not being a clear sequel lead, reaching out, not really having like a lot of assistance with this matter. And I know this was brought up, it's been brought up a long time ago. And I remember last year when I attended the leadership summit in Sacramento, I met with like the state water board. And so the conversation has been ongoing, and I know they asked like how I felt about it personally. And I'm like, well, I can't speak for the city, but like, I get where it's coming from. But I even asked the question, like, why there's no more conversations with the county so that they can do something, right? And I think asking for the extension for me makes sense. Hopefully it is granted. I mean, we've done our part, right? But 2, I feel like, again, it's just the conversation of doing this. It's city funds, city staff time, administrative cost for a small rural city just doesn't make sense to me. And that's why I feel like the county should be stepping in to provide some assistance in this. but also I feel like the living conditions there just like are not up to par. I don't think it was ever meant to be somewhere that folks live and raise families, right? I think I remember a conversation that it started off like housing for single male farm workers, correct?
Yeah.
So I know that now, I mean, people got to live where they got to live, right? But I feel like we need to be doing more to have the owner sell the property to Eden Housing to provide better better services and more humane living conditions. But anyways, I think that's why I feel like I would want to ask for the extension and explore possible opportunities to combat this, but not just us as a city, but really try to have the county assist as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So I know the same sentiments we've been dealing with Mayor Pro Tem. So we've had multiple meetings with the water board. We've had multiple meetings with the county, multiple meetings with our state legislature, state legislators to discuss and to reiterate the same thing about, you know, that's not our jurisdiction. Why are we being forced into this? So we have stated that, and I know it's still, we're still in this, you know, in this predicament, right? So we're still trying to figure out, you know, what can be done, but unfortunately, based on the water code and their authority to be able to force the city, because we are within the 3-mile radius within their provisions that allow the regional water board to enter or to force the cities within the 3-mile radius zone with the sewer systems into the consolidation. And so we've been trying to battle that, but we've learned that we would be the first consolidation, forced consolidation ever. So
Yeah, and I think I understand that too, but I feel like just because we are within the 3-mile radius doesn't mean that the county should just be like, oh, well, that's what it is, especially if we're going to be the first city. I feel like there's no real thing to look at. So I don't know. Anyways, sorry, not my turn.
thank you for your comments. So I'll go back to Councilmember Cabrera before I come.
Yeah. I have a few questions. I have a few questions. I also support the request for an extension, but do you have an idea how long would it take for them to answer? And how much risk are we in they deny the request? And the last part in that is yes, it's that yeah, I have other questions, but I would like to go into that one first. Do we have a risk of not getting the request, or and if we do, how long would they take to answer? Because there's only what, like 20 days to.
Yeah, I mean, my recommendation is that council authorize the extension request, and then we wait until just about the deadline on the 28th. And if we don't know, that we go forward and submit the outcome, the drafted outcome report. So at least we cover our bases.
Okay.
Because I mean, we could just say it's fine, force us to, but I think it's better to show that we are willing to work with them. And I worry that if we just let them force us to, they will choose the
option.
2 force mains, which are way more risky and what we don't want to do. So I think, you know, we're sort of seizing our destiny in a way by at least just saying like, okay, yes, and only these 2, you know, with these 2 options. Actually, I think we should say 3, because I think the CTF one is viable. Actually, it's better than the CDCR connection. So
Okay. So in essence, we are preparing both scenarios.
exactly.
Just in case. And
Exactly.
in the second scenario, when they force us to do the consolidation at the, that's kind of weird saying they're forcing us to do a voluntary consolidation.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, we're
And-
saying we're voluntarily doing it, so it's a different process. But if we didn't respond, then that's when they would force us to do
So
it.
in that voluntary consolidation, do we have the choice? Can we make that choice in which option we want?
Well, it's uncharted territory, but I don't see how they can tell us how to do it if we're offering up
Okay.
and
The-
we're stating clearly technical reasons of why the risk is high.
Mhm.
And I think the documentation is there, not only the documentation of why the risk is high, but also about the property owner not necessarily having the capacity to maintain a more sophisticated system that they would need to do that. So,
Which brings me to my last question. So if we have that capacity, what will be, do we have information to demonstrate that what we selecting is the more feasible option and with a better infrastructure so that we can avoid those possible overflows?
yeah, I mean, the connections that we're looking at are already an existing kind of pump station.
Okay.
And I don't know if Don and Carla want to add anything. So the risk is, so it wouldn't be connecting directly to a force main. There's a pump station that we would, which, you know, already kind of regulates the flow. Would that be? Yeah.
Explanation. So raw sanitary sewer, the entire city of Soledad, everything flows easily with no pressure by gravity all the way to the treatment plant.
Mhm.
To get the raw sanitary sewer from CDCR, it's uphill this way. It's an 18-inch pipe under high pressure.
Oh,
If we poke a hole in that pipe to pump Hacienda sewer into it, that sewer also wants to come out.
yeah.
So if anything goes wrong, it's gonna come out and there's 2,000 or 3,000 gallons per minute that goes by there. So we don't want that level of risk
Mhm.
since there's two viable connection methods that just gravity flow in
Okay.
with no issues. So yeah, we don't want to be forced into a force main connection.
Hmm.
And the ironic thing is Campora put in a stub out for this. As Megan mentioned, CTF has a manhole. Oh, the other ironic thing is if anything does go wrong, the state's gone, the engineer's gone, we get the enforcement action from the state.
So we got.
If there's a big leak or anything, the state will enforce against the city.
Then it will force us to clean.
Exactly. And that's why we are, you know, strongly opposed to the force main connections.
Yeah, so I support that. Let's send the letter and keep hoping that we can select the best option for us.
Yeah. And like what I'm asking, if council's comfortable, is like I said, we would go ahead and immediately send out the extension request, but we can hold the outcome letter until the very last.
Mhm.
And if they do give us the extension, we won't, then we don't have to submit the outcome letter. But I don't know if they will or not, because they haven't been, you know, Arwen, who's our contact with the regional water board, indicated that she was going to ask
Mhm.
the executive officer and assistant executive officer, but I don't think I haven't seen a response yet. So,
Okay. Well, that's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bañuelos?
Lee, can we go back to the slide before, 2 slides before? I'm sorry, the next one. Okay,
was it the alternative one
yeah,
or?
the
Oh.
alternatives, the 2 options. I mean.
Mhm.
But first of all, thank you for the slides, and I thank you for remaining proactive with the help with Dawn and Clara and Carla, sorry. Oops. Sorry, my mic. Thank you again for the presentation and the slides, and then just remaining proactive with the help with Dawn and Carla. Thank you so much. Again, this is I too are for, just proceeding, moving forward with requesting that extension.
And we need to just pretty much stay on top of that. Just question, I don't have any questions. They had answered my questions. And so,
Okay.
thank you.
Great.
Councilmember Caldera?
Thank you, Megan. I'm actually also in agreement with sending out the letter. As gross as it sounds, I had a visual on what Don was saying, tapping into the main line which is pressurized,
Yeah.
I don't think it would be a good idea for them to do anything like that. So anyways, I'm all for sending out that letter and recommendations. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Megan.
I never thought I would become such an expert in these things.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Megan, and thank you, Dawn. I just,
Very good.
yeah, I mean, I don't have a question in terms of the extension. I think we do that and we ask for that. I think in terms of the report that they provided, the analysis, I mean, there's still a lot of unknowns, as you mentioned, so we can't determine the feasibility if we don't, I mean, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. So based on when RCAC is going to be able to, provide their report to be able to determine a feasibility analysis. I'm just confused a little bit because you mentioned now a third connection, and in the report, they just had the two connections with the CDCR, and I thought that was a CTF one that was, or the
No.
the CDCR one that was adjacent to the, to Haciendas, right? And on that one, I did have a question because I think we can kind of push back, and I hadn't noticed it, but in the report, one of the reasons why they don't do the connection either to the alternative number 4, right, to CDC or to the pump station, right? Because they talk about that would be a private use of public assets. But if they're asking the city to entertain that would be the same for us, because then they're asking the city to entertain a private use of a public asset, because we're being forced to use the city's wastewater treatment facility, which is a public asset, to be able to utilize it for a private housing project, correct? So.
Yeah, I mean,
that doesn't make sense.
I don't think what they kind of told us is that they couldn't get a hold of anyone from CDCR. So I think they made assumptions there.
Yeah, because that's what they're writing in the report.
Yeah.
That's in the report.
And when we did question them a bit about it, and they sort of demurred, and I don't know if I'm misinterpreting what they said, but they said, oh, well, we really couldn't get a hold of them. And so, on both Eden and the CDCR connections, they were like, well, they didn't want to do it and they weren't responsive. And so when we inquired to both, I know the mayor and I had the opportunity to talk to the Salinas Valley Prison and the CTF wardens, and they said they were open to it. So CDCR seems to be changing their tune a little bit, but on the CTF, as Don mentioned on the manhole connection, I believe they already collect for two other entities. So it's not unheard of. Yeah, including
So
Cal
that's
Fire.
another alternative that
Yeah.
that is viable, and they haven't, they didn't
They
include it in
didn't
the-
include it. And so we've been pointing that out quite a bit. Like that to us is a no-brainer. We can see a little bit more challenges with the CDCR at the pump station. I guess it's shown as green, the green line, but we don't understand why the yellow line isn't viable.
Okay. Yeah, so I think for me, and the only other thing too that going back and reviewing the report again was, so my question, and maybe to Dawn and to Carla, but because they talk about how many times they already have the failing system, but it's already, and that's separate from the substandard housing living conditions, but it's already in violation of the Monterey County ordinance. So I was talking to Supervisor Lopez and saying there's already violations that go back to like 2022. So why aren't they factoring that in? Like, can't the county do anything in regards to those violations that are already existing going back to 2022?
Good evening, council. My understanding is that those violations, those initial violations for the, the numerous pump outs, the volume that they couldn't keep up with, that was actually the impetus that started off the septic to sewer. So because they needed an alternative disposal method because of those violations. So those, yes, separate from code violations on the buildings and the houses, but the violations for the sewer overflow or the surfacing of the sewage, that was, I think, part of when the state got involved and said, okay, we need to find an alternative. We're going to make them part of our septic to sewer program. That was my understanding.
Oh, but in terms of the county, in terms of those violations, then
I believe those violations still stand. Like they haven't been able to resolve them. That is the reason why they need sewer disposal because of those violations. So they have right. I mean,
so I wonder if we can, I wonder if we can, with some of that, make sure the county is held more responsible in terms of addressing or being the person to have, they have the land use authority. We don't.
Yeah, we have actually been in contact with HCD, which is the ones that oversee planning and permitting. And I think a little bit of the challenge was two departments were overseeing, and it's a little bit unclear because this property has been around since the 40s, so it predated a lot of zoning. So I think that's been the challenge. It's sort of, I think, as Mayor Pro Tem indicated, it's sort of moved from this temporary migrant housing to like a permanent housing. But because the zoning is so old, there's some grandfathering in. And I think there has been a bit of a hot potato between the health department that regulates labor housing and housing and community development, which oversees permanent housing. So HCD did step in and they have taken a more proactive role, but I think they're a little bit on uneasy ground because of the fact that this, development has been there for so long in the 40s.
Yeah. Well, Megan, I know we've gone over and over this. I know, we have a discussion with Senator Laird and just being really, I think for us, being very clear and maybe also in the letter, the outcome letter, that, the city will not assume any risk if they're going to take any other determinations other than if we're going to be forced into this consolidation, that the city will not assume any risk and liability, and that we're going to hold the state accountable for that risk and liability if they're going to force us into the consolidation and they're going to select any other options other than the 2 and 4 that the city is proposing. And that's made really clear in our letter, outcome letter, if they don't grant us the extension request.
Yeah, I can work with the city attorney on that nuance into the letter.
Yeah, I think that has to be really clear, Mike, because we will not assume that and put it back on the state that they will have to assume that risk and that liability.
Yeah, we could figure out something to address that.
Okay. So with that, then, we will then provide direction. So you have direction. We don't have to take any, we don't have to do a motion, but you have direction in terms of moving forward.
This one's kind of similar to the previous one. We did it as a minute order to reflect that it's okay to go ahead with letter 1. And then if we don't get the extension request, to go forward with letter 2 with the caveat of the language about the risk. to be added to the outcome report.
Okay, so just to be clear, then we're gonna wait until the last.
I will wait until
Okay.
July 28th. I don't
to
want,
Get a response.
and then I'll send it on the 28th at the very end of the day. If we don't hear
At
anything.
4:59.
Yes. Well, you know me, I usually work to 7, so probably it's 7:01.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
For clarity, so we're sending the letter for the extension, and if we don't hear back by July 28th, that's when you're sending the second letter. Got it. Okay.
The outcome report. Okay. Okay, so with that then, Council, we do need a motion to approve the direction, to approve the request for the extension for the 3-month extension, and then if we don't get if we're not granted the extension, then to submit the outcome report expressing the city's conditional willingness for the sewer consolidation.
Motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor
Second.
and a second, reluctant second, so. All in favor? Say aye. Any abstentions? Any oppositions? Okay, all in favor, motion carries. No oppose. Okay, so with that then, council, we cannot adjourn yet.
Nope.
We have to go back into closed session, and then we will come back to adjourn.
And I through the chair, and this was a mistake when we did talk about the modification of the agenda, but I did have a request to put some certificates on for the August 5th agenda for the Soledad Little League All-Stars. And since we didn't have a future agenda item, I was supposed to add that just for the next meeting. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm just letting you know, informing you that that will be added for the next meeting. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, Megan, let's just make sure for the future, let's make sure we have them on the agenda and that we proceed as we usually do.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we had a lengthy closed session. So I will turn it over to our city attorney for a report out.
The report out is that the council completed its performance evaluation of the city manager and provided her with some input. There was no other reportable action taken.
Okay, so with that, then we will adjourn our meeting, and I do want to adjourn our meeting in memory of our one of our beloved citizens or residents from the city of Soledad, Elizabeth Saavedra. Thank you.